Bueno. Channel testing. Morning, we are here testing the trans. Good morning.
Estamos probando de hablar,
Chico.
pero bueno. Para back to VA. Sergito de
Testing
probando
the
audio.
English chat.
of Directors of Visit BA, university rectors, members of the press, and of course to all of you who have joined us virtually via streaming. Let me remind you that you are most welcome to share your thoughts on the event on your social networks using the hashtag #BackToBA. I will now hand over to Fernando Straface, Secretary General and Foreign Affairs of the City of Buenos Aires, to open the event.
Thank you. After that level of English and pronunciation, it will be a challenge, but we'll do as much as we can. Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a Back to BA. Quiero agradecer a The Economist por acompañarnos en esta reapertura internacional de la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Quiero agradecer también al equipo de Relaciones Internacionales de la ciudad, liderado por Francisco Resnikov y Carolina Cuenca. Trabajaron mucho con mucha gente para hacer esto posible. También quiero agradecer especialmente a quienes nos acompañan, especialmente acá en el auditorio de la Casa de la Ciudad. Embajadores, rectores de universidades, líderes del sector privado, miembros de nuestro Consejo BEA Global, miembros de Visit BA, la agencia público-privada de promoción internacional de la ciudad. A todos los panelistas que participarán hoy, muchas gracias por su compromiso con Buenos Aires. A mis colegas del gabinete, representados en el jefe de gabinete de la ciudad, Felipe Miguel, muchas gracias también por participar esta mañana. Y saludo a las más de 1.200 personas que nos están siguiendo vía streaming. Tenemos una audiencia de más de 20 países del mundo con segmentos de alta prioridad para la ciudad. Empresas internacionales vinculadas al mundo de los servicios tecnológicos y creativos, asociaciones y agencias de turismo, universidades y entidades educativas de primer nivel, cámaras empresarias tanto locales como extranjeras, planificadores urbanos e incluso entidades de financiamiento y think tanks vinculados al cambio climático. Por todos ellos, porque especialmente este evento está destinado a una audiencia global, voy a continuar mi intervención en inglés. Almost 2 years ago, since COVID-19 hit us, many of the most affected global cities are successfully emerging from the crisis. And as they go through the pandemic, a milestone that marks the beginning of the recovery in cities is their international reopening. Indeed, openness is the DNA of global cities. New York, for example, launched the city's largest ever campaign to attract international tourism that involved a record investment of $30 million. Very similar initiatives were launched by cities such as Madrid, San Francisco, or London to recover their visitors' economy. Even more importantly, cities are coming out stronger to plan for a more optimistic future. Under the slogan, Build Back Better, global cities are planning the future of a post-pandemic urban world. Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, and the London Recovery Board, for instance, set the goal of doubling London's green economy by 2030. A New York Recovery Plan places a strong focus on building a new economy and fighting the climate crisis. Today, Buenos Aires is joining this group of cities with Back to BA, a public-private initiative that marks our city's re-entry to the international arena, hand in hand with our most competitive industries. A few years ago, at an art exhibition, I saw a drawing by Le Corbusier from almost 100 years ago. It was a map of America that showed two cities radiating waves outward, New York City and Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is, from its very origins, a cosmopolitan city, with its own identity, highly diverse and open to the world. And in recent years, we have been strengthening this key attribute, this asset of ours, with our international projection strategy. We have successfully hosted many great global events. In 2018, we organized the Youth Olympic Games, welcoming 4,000 athletes from more than 200 countries. That same year, together with Paris, we inaugurated Urban 20, a space for discussion between G20 mayors and heads of state. The Urban 20 became a milestone in city diplomacy and is now a very influential forum in the international arena. Of course, the pandemic has forced all cities to revise their international position strategies. As international connectivity is restored, cities' recovery will depend on their international competitiveness. This is why our international projection strategy is not a standalone plan. Rather, it is an integral part of a comprehensive development strategy that reflects how we are reimagining the city of the future and working to make Buenos Aires a great city to live, to visit, to study, and to do business. And in the next and last part of my intervention, I will expand on each of these claims. Quality of life is a critical factor that both individuals and companies take into account when settling in a city. And Buenos Aires is a great city to live in. For many years, Buenos Aires has ranked as one of the most livable and safest cities in Latin America, according to The Economist. Diversity is also a key asset for a global city, and we are definitely a city that celebrates diversity. More than 50 communities live in Buenos Aires. We are the preferred city of millennials and one of the 10 friendliest in the world for the LGBT community. We have a world-class private, public, and independent cultural offer. We are the city with the most bookstores per inhabitant in the world, and we have more theaters than cities like London. We have many international renowned festivals such as the Bafisi, the Tango World Cup, the Night of the Museums, and the Night of the Libraries. And the typical cafés porteños and centenary bars are the meeting place for the cultural scene, which is the soul of our city. Furthermore, in the last 14 years, our city has undergone historical transformation, which imply a record investment in public works, as well as putting quality of life at the center of urban planning. This is why we have been working to transform Buenos Aires into a 15-minute city with more green spaces, better public transport, and better sustainable mobility. In recent years, we gained more than 110 hectares of green and public space for the city. We have one of the largest bicycle networks in Latin America, with more than 270 kilometers in protected lines, and Ecobici, our bicycle system. Biking grew 60% with the pandemic in the city, and by 2023, we aim to reach 1 million daily trips by bike. Daily trips, yeah. In our extended downtown, we have one of the largest private car restricted areas in the world, and we have created large pedestrian areas in high traffic and touristic neighborhoods such as Retiro, the Civic City Center, Once, or Corrientes Avenue. In addition, the Metrobus network and the subway make public transport in Buenos Aires the fastest and cheapest way to get around in the city. Buenos Aires' priority is to be a leading global city on the climate change agenda. This year, we finished developing our new climate action plan, which is aligned with the Paris Agreement and targets carbon neutrality by the year 2050. We will present this plan at the COP26 in Glasgow later this year. And next year, we received this notice last week, Buenos Aires will host the C40 World Mayor Summit, the most important climate event to take place after the COP. The quality of life agenda is also good for business, since it's key to attracting visitors. Before the pandemic, Buenos Aires has reached a record of 3 million international tourists. With more than 6,000 restaurants and 11,000 bars, our gastronomy and Buenos Aires nightlife are internationally recognized. The Colón Theater, one of the 5 best opera houses in the world, the Ateneo Gran Splendid, one of the most impressive global bookstores according to National Geographic, tango, theater, polo, and our crazy passion for football are some of the experiences you might enjoy in Buenos Aires. Although perhaps our biggest attraction is our people. Porteños are warm, friendly, and make tourists feel at home. In addition, we are among the best cities in the world for business tourism. In 2020, the ICCA ranking distinguished Buenos Aires as the best city in Latin America and the 11th in the world for MICE tourism. In 2019, Buenos Aires hosts 125 congresses and conventions, and 500,000 people visited the city to attend them. Buenos Aires is itself a huge university campus. We have 830,000 university students, 115,000 of them in applied sciences, and more than 40 world-class public and private universities, among them the University of Buenos Aires, distinguished as one of the top 100 in the world in the QS ranking and the largest in Argentina. Also, according to the QS ranking, Buenos Aires is the best city in the region and among the top 20 in the world for international students. Every year, we receive 90,000 international students who choose Buenos Aires for short courses or master programs, attracted by the wide academic offer and the quality of life that the city offers. Our study BA program is especially aimed at these students so that they have a memorable experience of Buenos Aires. And we are also transforming the civic city center with new university residencies to expand and improve accommodation infrastructure for students. In addition, and in line with the growing trend after the pandemic, Buenos Aires is one of the best urban destinations for remote workers. According to Nespic's The Work From Anywhere Index, Buenos Aires is the best city in Latin America for digital nomads and is among the best 33 in the world, in line with destinations such as Paris, Boston, Hamburg, Rome, Amsterdam, or Shanghai. By 2023, in Buenos Aires, we set ourselves the goal of attracting 20,000 digital nomads. To do so, we are working together with the national government in a special visa that will allow them to stay up to 1 year, and we have already launched a partnership with hotels, Airbnb, apartment hostels, and co-working spaces in the city. Moreover, in November, we will hold our first international conference of digital nomads to explore the city's offer and benefit for these long-stay visitors. Indeed, talent is Buenos Aires' greatest competitive advantage. According to the Global Talent Competitiveness Index prepared by Adecco Group, Buenos Aires is the most competitive city in Latin America. According to the Coursera platform, we are the first country in Latin America in technological aptitudes, as well as the first city in the region in software development and design, according to PwC. What differentiates Buenos Aires when it comes to talent is its excellent academic offering and at all educational levels, and the capacity to transform this into a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem. In Buenos Aires, we have an innovative and very vigorous private sector. A few days ago, in a single week, 3 new unicorns from Buenos Aires were announced: Bitfarms, Ualá, and Tienda Nube. We are glad to say that many of its founders are here with us today, and that many of them are members of our BA Global International Board. Buenos Aires accounts for more than 50% of the country's service export for a value of more than $8,000 billion. And from the city government, we promote this talent with long-term policies and business-friendly environment. A very clear example is our economic district policy. The technological district where we are today and where the city hall is located was created in 2008, and today houses more than 300 technology-based companies and 2 universities. And in the north of the city, we are currently developing the Innovation Park, which will bring together biotechnology companies, universities, and applied research and science centers. Today's event will start with an interview with Mayor Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, who will examine the urban vision that guides the transformation of our city and explore the future of Buenos Aires. Next, the first panel, founders and executives of Argentinian unicorns and talented leaders of creative industries will analyze the opportunities Buenos Aires offers to develop talent-based companies. The second panel today will look at how Buenos Aires is leading important new agendas, such as climate change and comprehensive well-being, which improve our inhabitants' quality of life and make us more attractive into the context of a global growing competition between cities for global talent. The third panel will examine Buenos Aires as a great urban destination for tourists, students, and digital nomads. Back to BA summarizes our vision for Buenos Aires' future agenda. It is an event of great importance to us. It marks the re-entry of Buenos Aires to the international arena after more than a year and a half of almost exclusive focus on the pandemic. Thank you for joining us. I very much hope you enjoyed the event, and I leave you with the interview with Mayor Larreta. Thank you.
¿Yo voy allá?
Thank you very much, Fernando. I would now like to receive Mayor Horacio Rodríguez Larreta on the stage and introduce Robert Wood, all the way from Miami. Robert is a senior member of the Latin America Country Analysis Team at the Economist Intelligence Unit and has extensive experience in Latin American policy and economic development. The floor is yours, Robert.
The city of Buenos Aires internationally. My introductory remarks, and I think we want to get to the interviews, we've run over a little bit on time already, are a little bit around the challenges that cities are facing. I think that's an important starting point to see what the future will hold. So before the pandemic, cities were concentrating ever more economic and cultural power and seemed invincible. Then the pandemic struck and upended everything. Things are clearly going to be quite different going forward. Cities that emerge most successfully from the pandemic and, dare I say, become great again, will be the cities that address the myriad of challenges that have emerged and that will continue to present themselves, while also taking advantage of the new opportunities in the post-pandemic environment. Now, to try to navigate these changes in cities, at The Economist magazine, we've been looking at the economics, the new economics of global cities, and using real-time mobility data from Google for visits to sites of retail and recreation, public transport and workplaces, we've constructed an Exodus index to track developments since the beginning of the pandemic and going forward. Now, at this point in time, what we're seeing is that as national economies have started to come back to life, many cities are still struggling, and this is a point of concern. This also seems to back up other evidence suggesting that economic activity is moving out from the very centers of cities towards the suburban areas, posing more challenges around urban development. Now, the exodus from cities of people right at the beginning of the pandemic who were afraid about catching the coronavirus, which at the time seemed a temporary phenomenon, seems now to be morphing into something a bit more permanent, perhaps reflecting a shift in preferences as people decide where they want to live and how they want to live. The future of cities depends to a certain degree on a snapback in international tourism, as well as, crucially, I think, how the future of work will evolve. particularly with the return to offices located in city centers. And there's quite a bit of uncertainty still regarding how these new working practices will evolve. These changes create huge challenges for policymakers managing the future agenda of global cities. And this comes at the same time as they've been looking at longer term issues around climate change and sustainability that were already coming to the fore before the pandemic. Policymakers will have to innovate and act strategically in response to emerging trends. For example, urban planners will have to consider incentives for transforming empty corporate offices, where that's the case, into residential housing supply as demand increases. At the same time, a greater degree of remote working than before the pandemic is clearly going to be a future of the workplace. And this presents opportunities for cities looking to host so-called digital nomads or work tourists, if you like. Here to discuss the challenges and the agenda for the future of global cities and of Buenos Aires in particular, as part of his government's relaunch, international relaunch of the city, I'm delighted to be in conversation with the mayor, Horacio Rodriguez Larreta. Mr. Larreta, I'll let you greet the audience in your first remarks, but after doing so, I think as there's a big international audience here, and Fernando mentioned there were over 1,000 people online in over 20 countries, I think a good place to start, very briefly, is for you to comment on where Buenos Aires is right now in terms of reopening and international mobility.
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. For us, the international positioning of Buenos Aires is very important, so you really can help us a lot on that. That's why we really appreciate the opportunity of having this conversation. In terms of the opening of activities, I would say that Buenos Aires, most, not to say all of the activities are happening, are open as at the pre-pandemic times. I would say that probably university education would be an area in which we are not fully reopened, which is something that it's not in our responsibility. It's at the national level. And then probably big events in terms of, I don't know, big parties or discos or big gatherings of people. But the everyday life, we have all the restaurants, bars open with no limit of people, all the shops, all the working areas, both for business and for governmental offices, all the public transportation. So everyday life in Buenos Aires is mostly as it was before the pandemic. A big difference we have is in tourism, because as you know, people are not traveling as they used to do it before. So in that, we are having let's say a limit in Buenos Aires. We put a lot on, we've been putting a lot of effort on attracting tourism. In 19, as probably Fernando already said, in 2019 was the record ever in terms of international tourism in Buenos Aires. So now we are, of course, suffering that. And also, you still, even if there's no restriction, because of the change in the habits of working spaces, we have our downtown area very, very, let's say, damaged by the. Even if it's no legal restrictions, people could work there. As you know, with the change of remote jobs, we have our what we call the micro center, the small downtown. It's as it probably is happening the same in every city in the world. So I would say that the largest restriction we have is in terms of tourism, because we still have restrictions on people. If you come from, even if you live in Buenos Aires, if you come from abroad, you have to stay a week in quarantine, which is of course a problem for someone traveling. So we have a tourism limited. As you said, we have the activity, the main activity in Buenos Aires that probably moved from what we call the micro center or the small downtown area to the rest of the neighborhoods, in general within Buenos Aires. Because, as you may know, Buenos Aires city, the federal district, we are 3 million people city, which we also have 3.5 million commuting in the city every day. So you take all the metropolitan area, we are a continuum of 30 million people, of which 3 million live in the federal district. So you have many people working from having a remote job, some of them living in Buenos Aires, but some of them living in the suburbs. And that also, so commuting, it's very limited today. It could be a third of what it usually was. But another change you see in Buenos Aires is that people are using and enjoying a lot the public spaces. You have many gym classes every day in the parks. The parks are very well maintained, so people enjoy that. You have a lot of bars and restaurants putting tables outside, so you see a change in our habits. And some of those changes could be a great opportunity. So some of those trends we hope to stay, and we promote to stay, even after the pandemic. And in terms of this, the health situation, we have the lowest amount of new cases of COVID, the lowest in the last year, this weekend. So we are in a very, very low amount of new cases, very low use of the capacity of the hospitals. So, and we have above 60% of our population, population with the vaccine with the 2 doses. And it's growing every day. So that's our situation today.
Okay.
But you would see most of the people in the streets with a mask still. We maintain that habit. Okay.
Okay. Let's turn to your vision of the forward-looking picture. Your vision of the future of global cities more broadly in a post-pandemic environment, and for Buenos Aires in particular. And I want to see, how different do you think a successful global city will look in the future compared to the pre-pandemic global cities? What sort of big changes are you expecting? And also, my other question would be, what will it take to ensure that Buenos Aires is a great global city again over the next 5 to 10 years?
Okay. I know that's a trend, some people believe that the cities would become obsolete. I'm not on those lines. I don't think so at all. I think that probably the city or the way of living in the city can change in some ways, but I don't see that the city in itself would be obsolete. Because we were seeing a trend in the world before the pandemic of urbanization, people moving from the suburbs to live in big cities, which is it's a very good thing for the care of the environment, because you reduce the traveling of the people. If for a person having to commute an hour and a half per day back and forth to work, it's a very inefficient way of having the people distributed in a place, because it consumes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of time, it goes against quality of life. So the trend towards dense cities is a very good trend that it can have a delay because of the pandemic, but at the end of the day, it would continue on that way, because it's much more efficient in terms of taking care of the planet, to have the city living together, to reduce the trip, to the traveling, the everyday traveling. That's why we are very much on the trend of what's called the 15-minute city, in which you have everything, your work, your house, your work, your green areas, your shops, and your entertainment at a walking distance from your house. I see more than trend that people leaving the cities. In that change, we are promoting, and I think we were already promoting, and we're accelerating Buenos Aires, is be a city with more equilibrium, because we used to have a big concentration of offices, of universities in downtown Buenos Aires, in what we call the micro center, and then, let's say, 70% of the space of the city with buildings with 1 or 2 stories. So the density during the day, it was very, very different in Buenos Aires. In downtown, you have everybody going to downtown in the morning and everybody leaving downtown to the suburbs within the city. So we are promoting a more equilibrium. And here, where we are, we have a good example. We are in a neighborhood called Parque Patricios, which I would say 10 years ago, there was nothing here. There was nobody. It was very, very, how you say, deteriorated, all this area. And we developed here, where we are, what we call the technological district, which Fernando already mentioned. We moved the city hall here from downtown to this area. We took the subway with 2 more stations to come here. We put a police station, and it's unbelievable how in less than 10 years the neighborhood is like born again. So many people that work somewhere else, it's become like a pole of activity around here, when 10 years ago there was nothing. The same we are trying to promote in other areas of the city. So to stop this trend of everybody going to downtown in the morning and leaving the areas. For example, we are bringing not only offices here, but universities. We have 3 universities in these areas that before they didn't exist. And even more in the south of the city, which used to be the most poor area, we are also bringing there universities, promoting that offices and buildings go there too, to have a more equilibrated city, where we're seeing that. So, but again, the trend of urbanization, it could be a little delayed, but I think that the trend won't stop, because people like to enjoy a diversity of services, diversity of entertainment, diversity of food, and you can only offer diversity when you have a minimum amount of people living together that make it economically sustainable. So you only have diversity on big concentration of people, and that won't change. And another trend that I mentioned before, and we are seeing in Buenos Aires, is it's unbelievable how the parks are exploding of people. People learn to enjoy the park close to their houses. Before, many people had to commute to the suburbs to play soccer or to bring their children to a green area, and now people are going to the green parks close to their houses. For example, that's very new in Buenos Aires, a new trend. You have the birthdays of the little children. They organize this in the park. They bring the food there. They bring a couple of a soccer ball or whatever, and you see a lot of people celebrating the birthdays of the children in the parks. That's something you never saw before. So that's a change in habits that I think is in the good direction, and that we, in our vision of Buenos Aires, are trying to promote as much as we can.
Okay. You touched there on one of the themes of the 3 panels that we're going to have after this interview: livability of the city, and the strides that Buenos Aires has been taking, and the plans. Let's home in a little bit on Buenos Aires as a city for attracting talent, and perhaps sort of give me your vision of how you see Buenos Aires in this on this theme. I mean, are you trying to make Buenos Aires sort of a hub for talent for the region? Are you focusing in on specific sectors? What are your goals to promote Buenos Aires as a city of talent?
Well, we feel, or we are sure, that we already are. That's something that changed a lot in the world. If you were in my position, let's say 30, 40, 50 years ago, the challenge was to go to the States and convince the big companies to come here to Buenos Aires and put their, I don't know, headquarters for Latin America in Buenos Aires. That was my job, to convince the companies to come. Now that changed a lot. Now we have to convince the talent to come. If we have the talent here, the companies will come because they go where the talent is. The most valuable resource is talent, probably more than capital now. So the way to attract talent, first of all, is with quality of life. In that, we have a very good advantage, which of course is not something that we do, is the climate. We have a very mild climate. You can be having a beer outside in Buenos Aires, I don't know, 11 months a year. Security. We are the second most secure capital in all America before Ottawa in Canada in terms of crime. Crime in Buenos Aires is very, very low. That's something that improved a lot the last 6 to 8 years. Then in terms of entertainment, as Fernando mentioned, we are the third largest amount of theaters in Buenos Aires, all cultural life, nightlife for young people. It's very, very fun in Buenos Aires too. We have sports. We would say one of the best soccer cities in the world is Buenos Aires. You have everything to enjoy in the city. So in terms of quality of life, and it's also, compared to most other capitals in the world, it's cheap. That's why we see a very good opportunity on what's called the digital nomads, or the work tourists, as you mentioned. We have a specific goal of attracting, by the end of this term, 22,000 nomads, digital nomads. We have an agreement with hotels, with working spaces to promote the digital nomads to come and stay here for a year or for a couple of years. That's something we're focused on that. As we've been for the last years focused on attracting students. Fernando already gave the figures. The figures are unbelievable how it increased the amount of foreign students in Buenos Aires. Both those that come for the whole career or those coming for for a couple of weeks, whatever. We are the most chosen city in Latin America, if you take all Latin America, and Ibero-America also, in terms of cities chosen by students to spend a term here. And as it's happening in the world, most international universities promote their students take a term away somewhere else. So we've signed agreements with most of the universities to receive people. We have a program called Study MBA, in which we help with everything to make it easy for students to come, to locate. And now, in the reshuffling, let's say, of the micro center of Buenos Aires, we are thinking on developing housing for students, even for short-term periods, to promote through the tax system, to promote that student housing is built in the micro center of Buenos Aires. So we put a big effort on that, and also, of course, on tourism. As I said, 2018 was our record. We're working to recover those levels by the end of this term, and to increase another 50% in the next 8 years. We expect a new wave of tourism as long as the virus is, we hope so, really disappearing. So we are preparing Buenos Aires. We already started with the promotion efforts all around the world. We've just created a private and public partnership with all the hotels, all the tourism areas. We call Visit BA, in which we fund together the promotion of Buenos Aires all around the globe. We are also promoting a lot what's called today the tourism for eating, which we promote our food. Last year, for the first time, the best Latin American restaurant was one in Buenos Aires, a meat restaurant. You should come when you visit Buenos Aires. I will take you there. It's a very good one. So in many ways, we are promoting tourism for short-term visits and also for students and for nomads. And we have a high expectation on that, for the future, on the future of Buenos Aires.
Well, many thanks for the invitation. As you just mentioned, I visited Buenos Aires in my capacity as an EAU analyst several times over the years, and can't wait to get back sometime in the future. Now, you did mention previously you had a role where you were attracting, or you still are, attracting foreign investment into the city of Buenos Aires. And I do want to ask you more broadly about the economic environment, because the question is around, we've looked at the livability. The EIU does the Global Livability Index, where Buenos Aires as a city does well, one of the leading cities. However, when we look at the national economy, when we look at the national business environment as we do, Argentina isn't placed as well and lags in the region. And I suppose my question is, do you face difficulties? Does this hold you back when the business environment isn't as friendly as in other countries in Latin America or in other countries in the world? And also when the economic outlook is cloudier, and also, there's the history of economic instability. So does this hold you back in your efforts to make Buenos Aires a global city?
Of course, that doesn't help. The macroeconomic situation today in Argentina, it's worrying. You say cloudy, could be a good way of putting it. I'm optimistic if I see the midterm and long term. But nowadays, we are facing a big problem. Also, besides being a mayor of Buenos Aires, I'm part of the opposition party in Argentina. So, the good thing is we just won the midterm election, so you can foresee a change for a more, let's say, market-oriented economy. Today, the economy, it's very closed, it has a lot of regulation, and it's not working. So I agree with you on the limitation it can put on the short term, let's say short for the next 2 years. But also, the other side of the coin is that asset prices are very low today in Buenos Aires, in Argentina in general, in Buenos Aires too. And if you foresee a change, seeing of what happened in the last election, there are many opportunities in Argentina in general and Buenos Aires in particular. So that's where I see the optimistic point of view. But it's true what you say. This is a limitation today.
Sure.
However, in the areas or the industries we developed, we promote here in the city, as I said before, where we are here, the technological district. We have another place, another area of the city, what's called the audiovisual industry. There are many people coming to film here in Buenos Aires. You have very good environments, very talented people in that area. So again, if you take the low asset prices and an optimistic change that happened in Argentina, well, to take a look of what's going on here in Buenos Aires.
Okay, great. So, to wrap up the interview, perhaps you'd like to give, some final remarks as you plow ahead with this international relaunch, which is clearly a key milestone for your government and what you're trying to do.
No, for us it's a priority today to reposition Buenos Aires, which we were somehow proud of our work before. I mean, the positioning of Buenos Aires when the pandemic started was very good. I mean, record in tourism, we're very well positioned in terms of attracting talent, in terms of talent in technology. I know it's 8 of the 11 unicorns in Argentina were founded in Buenos Aires. 3 of them that got the status of unicorns in the last month. I think that Pierpaolo Barbieri is going to, from Walla, he's going to be in the conference today. It's a very good example of that. So we have a very good talent in terms of technology. The amount of students in hard areas, in technology areas, it's big and it's growing every year. So I think we have a very good future in Buenos Aires. We're going to promote a lot all what's called the human capital industries. That's our focus. Besides tourism, that as even if as I said before, it could be delay. I mean, the trend will come back. We put a lot of emphasis or a lot of effort on tourism, on nomads, on students. Also, we are working on the tourism for health, which is also another area we want to develop. It's working very well for us, this idea of having areas where you develop somehow a cluster of companies around a theme, here the technology. We are developing the innovation park in a very well-located part of Buenos Aires. We have a big area of public land we are developing around all the innovation industry. So I'm very optimistic on that. I think that you can help us with our positioning, telling the world that it's a very, very good opportunity now in Argentina and Buenos Aires, because what I said before in terms of asset prices and the chance for political change. So all of that make me very, very optimistic, and also keeping in Buenos Aires a very, very high standard of living. As you mentioned, in most of the indexes of the rankings, we rank very high in terms of standard of living, in terms of friendship. This is a very open mind and diverse society, very, very respectful of diversity. We not only respect but promote diversity. Of course, we are hit by the virus and by the economic situation. You can see it in the street, but also you can see millions of people enjoying the city, enjoying the public spaces, having a beer outside. This change in the minds that everything that can be done in the open space is safer than inside gives a lot of life to the city, because you see people all around everywhere, and better distributed around the city, not so concentrated as it used to be in downtown. Of course, we have the challenge of redoing the downtown. So that's something we, as soon as we see the pandemic is leaving us, we'll go for it, and taking the experience of other cities in the world. So it's a lot to do. We have a lot to do. But it's exciting. This trend of people going to live in the cities, I think it won't stop. So it gives us, as mayors of governmental at the city levels, a very big challenge, a very high challenge to take the best of these changes and to keep pushing for vibrant cities as Buenos Aires used to be, and it's recovering now. So again, thank you very much for whatever you can help us with you can really, working together, you can help us repositioning Buenos Aires in the world. Very important for us.
Well, thank you very much for this space to participate in this relaunch. We'll obviously be following very closely the new economics of global cities and in particular cities in Latin America and in Buenos Aires. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Horacio and Robert, for sharing this moment with us. We remind the present audience that headsets are available upon request, so you can hear both in English or Spanish. We will now begin our first panel, Buenos Aires, City of Talent. Let me welcome Enrique Abogadro, Minister of Culture of the City of Buenos Aires, who will be moderating this panel, and Karen Brook, Vice President, Marketplace of Mercado Libre. Joining us remotely are Axel Kuchevaski, journalist and film producer, who joins us from London, and from Mexico, Pier Paolo Barbieri, founder and CEO of Voila. May I kindly remind the panelists that they have 5 minutes for their presentations. Enrique Abogadro, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we sit down now. Skype, please. Join us. Thank you. Greetings, good morning. Hi there. Axel, and I'm sure Pier Paolo is going to be online at 10 moments. Because I'm seeing Axel twice. But anyway, let me start by giving you the greetings, and we have a very interesting panel this morning. As you know, culture and creativity are key ingredients for successful cities. Livability, as was mentioned before, is very, very important, and Buenos Aires has been very active in terms of being one of the most interesting cities in our region. As we also heard before, the first city in the Global Talent Competitive Index. As you might know, for many years already, special literature as Charles Landry or Richard Florida with his book, The Rise of the Creative Class, they've been writing about cities and how this new challenge that we are facing is how to attract talent. Horacio mentioned that. If you are able to attract talent, companies will emerge. And as we are right now in a city of unicorns, I think that question is very important. Buenos Aires has a very strong natural endowment, as we're going to discuss afterwards. And also we've been doing our homework. The city has been working around improving all these major factors that make Buenos Aires such an interesting city. But then COVID-19 came, and it attacked directly cities, because we gather together in cities. We want to work, we want to experience our cities, and COVID suddenly brought distance, isolation, but now we are convinced that cities will strike back. And what we brought is what we learned from COVID-19. I would say that first we learned to reclaim our cities, especially in the public realm, and we also learned to use technology in a good way, to connect with each other. In essence, we're moving from the creative city to the creative human city. And Buenos Aires is clearly walking that way. We are writing our own story, but let me introduce you to 3 talent champions who will be much more interesting than me in showcasing why Buenos Aires is such an interesting city and why we are convinced that the future is ours. So with me, I'm joined here in the floor by Karen Brook. Karen is VP of Marketplace Hispanic South America at Mercado Libre. I'm also joined by Pier Paolo Barbieri. Pier Paolo is CEO and founder of Voila. And last but not least, our friend in LA, I gather, Axel Kuchevaski, who is film producer and with a very long and illustrious career around filmmaking. I understand that I will start with Pier Paolo, and for that I brought yesterday's newspaper cover. I'm sure you're seeing this. This is La Nación, Diario La Nación, one of the major newspapers in Argentina. And the title says, The Land of Unicorns. And it's a big interview to Pier Paolo. Congratulations, Pier Paolo, on that interview. And there's another interesting article saying unicorns, Argentinian unicorns, a phenomenon that it's not stopping, where Mercado Libre, among other companies, is also showcased. So, Pier Paolo, thank you for joining us. It's really a pleasure to having you with us. Let me start by asking some questions to you, and I will give you your 5 minutes to answer these questions. What importance do you attribute to local talent in the emergence of all these unicorns? Is something in the water, maybe, or why are we getting all these unicorns in the city of Buenos Aires, including, of course, Voila? I would also like you to delve into what future do you see to the fintech sector in our city? And why do you think that Argentina, and especially Buenos Aires, has managed to secure such a interesting position in this industry? Let me start with those two questions, and then I will probably ask you two more before you close your 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us, Pier Paolo.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with such an illustrious panel. And thank you for that reference to the article. I'm sure my mother, who's watching, will be very happy. We think that talent is the most important thing to build a company, because as we move toward an economy where digital services become so central to the future of production and the future of industrialization, we go from making things to making services. And in most cases, those services are done digitally. And in order to do that, the constraints of the physical world that we used to have are less relevant than they were. And that is a great opportunity for cities like Buenos Aires that in another era may have been too far for certain parts of the world, or the logistics networks or the global supply chains would have made them more difficult because of general economic policy. Whereas we were first movers in Argentina because of companies like Mercado Libre, Karen will speak more about this, I'm sure, or Globant, or Despegar, or OLX, so many companies that create an environment, an ecosystem from which other companies can be created. That is why what we believe is that talent is most crucial, and so is competition. I don't want to get technical. I'm a historian by training. I'm a huge fan of the idea of creative destruction. And it's an interesting concept that makes capitalism very distinctive, because capitalism creates its champions and then it destroys its champions. And in so doing, we need places where the talent can spread and create again. And cities are the best place for that. I was inspired by what Horacio said about the renaissance of cities. Ever since the growth of the knowledge economy and the digital economy that comes with it, we have seen a true renaissance of cities. And so hubs have been created in places like Palo Alto that everybody talks about, but also in Hong Kong, in New York, in London, increasingly in Paris, and even we see it in the rebirth of Milan as a center. People flock to those cities, especially young people, and they get training in certain companies, and then they go and create other companies. And that is why it's A, very important for Argentina to boost that, B, why Argentina is such a great place for those companies to start, and naturally Buenos Aires as the capital, such an interconnected city and a city with great universities as well as great companies, creates the perfect background for that creative destruction. And so, out of the 5 people that started Voila with me, 3 of them came from Globant, 1 of them came from Mercado Libre. And so in the future, other people will leave Voila and they'll be able to create their own companies. So we need cities that exist within 15 minutes that can bolster that talent and boost the opportunities for everyone in an ecosystem.
Thank you, Pierpaolo. One highlight of your interview yesterday was especially that, how you mentioned the whole ecosystem and how you admire other Argentinian companies as part of the same team. I think that's something interesting in terms of what you're mentioning. And also another highlight is you mentioned how you think of your own talent in your company and that you're constantly looking to hire people better than yourself. Is that true?
Yeah, yes, again, I'm a historian by training. I wrote a book that nobody read, and I spent 10 years in the United States, doing economic research. And then I came back to Argentina to start Voila. And the reason I was able to do it is precisely because I hired people better than me. And that's my threshold for anyone who reports to me, and the board's threshold for me. I'm not an expert in the payment system. I'm not an expert in anti-money laundering schemes. I'm not an expert in compliance or card networks or even banking software. And yet I am surrounded by people who are. And the key differential of a company is to be able to attract the talent that can do that. My role is just to coordinate people, sometimes inspire them, hopefully, and bring the talent on board. But I think that's a very crucial change in how we conceive of capitalism. If we think of talent that way, it follows that we need to bolster and bolster competition. Capitalism isn't each of us have their own little private fiefdoms where nobody can compete, where everybody has a little monopoly. We need a freer market. And that is why I personally and my company and the ecosystem has to push for competition, not when it's easy for us, not when it's convenient for us, but precisely when it's not convenient for us. Because as citizens, we will be better benefited because of the wider ecosystem that is created. And in boosting that ecosystem, what we truly boost is our cities, like Buenos Aires, our nations, like Argentina, and our region, like Latin America. Today we are exporting code from Argentina to Mexico. Mexico is now is our first international market. We have 60 people here, but we have over 1,000 in Argentina. We just closed a deal. There was a great article saying that 99% of CEOs were cutting the amount of space in the future of the pandemic. We just signed a lease for an office 7 times the size of our existing office because we want to bring people back to the office. We want them to have the creative space from which they can, put these ideas to work and create new things and give them the flexibility when they want to be home, but then also give them the space when they need to be creative and surrounded by the people that make these companies. Because again, it's not about the gadget, it's about a product that is increasingly digital and increasingly, not physical. And therefore, the battle for talent is crucial for the future, and that's the best way to fight it.
Thank you, Pierpaolo. Brilliant remarks, and we are in this fight together. So we will help you, of course, find the talent that you need in our city. Now let me move to Karen. Karen, thanks for joining us today. Meli, Mercado Libre, of course, and also in this, I'm making good use of this magazine, yesterday's magazine. The granddaddy of unicorns is Mercado Libre. And of course, it's a very young granddaddy, for sure, granddad. What would you say it's like the added value for a company as Meli to be running the company from Buenos Aires, And again, what do you think that Buenos Aires offer to such a dynamic company as Mercado Libre?
Well, thank you first of all, Enrique, for the invitation to join the panel and joining with Pierpaolo and Axel, such an honor. I thought Pierpaolo was going to be wearing that unicorn suit. It's a big disappointment that he isn't, but congratulations on that. So first of all, let me start by telling my own personal story, because I think it pretty much shows what I feel and what Meli feels about Buenos Aires. So I'm actually from Uruguay. I was born and raised there, and after living in the US for a while, I chose to come to Argentina. So I'm a porteña by choice, which I absolutely love. And growing up in Montevideo, which is a small city, right, I used to have the privilege of coming to Buenos Aires once every 2-3 years. And to me, it was like getting ready for a trip to New York to anyone nowadays, right? So coming to have sushi, which didn't exist in Uruguay, and going to La Calle Corrientes to see one of the amazing theaters there. It was that feeling that, hey, you're going to the first world, right? And I still have that feeling every morning when I go for a run well, not every morning, every other morning in the Bosques de Palermo, no? And I see the amazing buildings, and you're almost like in Madrid, but maybe in France, and you're saying, this is a privilege. And I think, you know, with the whole craziness that we're going through and the macroeconomic environment and everything that goes around, we forget how amazing the city is, right? And its restaurants and its culture and everything that kind of gives a wrapper to this experience living here. That, you know, no wonder there's all this talent that want to be here. And I think during the pandemic, it was really hard, right? We were living in our small houses and apartments, and we almost wanted to go to the middle of nowhere. But now that everything is fortunately coming back, we all have that feeling of we want to get together, we want to go to the movies, we want to go to the theater, we want to have, you know, get to know one of these 10,000 new restaurants that appear every month in Buenos Aires, and that's it kind of flourishes right after the pandemic. And for Meli in particular, you know, 80% of the people that we hire in technology is here in Argentina, and most of them are here in Buenos Aires. And that's because we have, you know, among the best universities, right? We have ITBA and University of Buenos Aires, and you know, we have all these people that are getting trained, and their talent is superb. And no wonder we are, you know, whenever you look at any company in the world, there are Argentinians in there, and you look at movies, and we have, you know, one of the most talented people, and singers, and soccer player. There's some Uruguayans in there as well, but really, right? It's amazing how talented people are from here, and it's almost like you're always, you know, getting to a new standard of talent, and you know what Pierpaolo was saying about hiring people that are smarter than him. I feel like, you know, in any conversation, even when I meet with, you know, the parents in school that are super diverse, and that conversation, it gets elevated. So I think that's going back to that feeling that we have to be proud of being porteños, whether you were born here or you chose to be, and make use of that amazing talent that just flourishes here.
Thank you. What future do you foresee for e-commerce, taking into account that it grew so much during COVID-19, and especially how do you think that it's going to impact in major urban centers as Buenos Aires or other important cities where you operate,
right.
Of course?
So I would go really above e-commerce and talking about digitalization in general, right? It's also the fintech and e-commerce and logistics and the way we work and we communicate. And really what I see not only here in Buenos Aires is that whatever change we've made in the way we live, it came to stay really, and it's kind of like the place where we're starting nowadays. I was going to a street market the other day with, you know, on the bike with my daughters, and I see some people selling beautiful art, and you know, I didn't have my wallet, and of course you can pay with Mercado Pago anywhere now, you know, even street vendors. So it's amazing how, you know, we're above that, and it's so natural that you don't even have to ask anymore, right? It's part of everything we do every day. And the same with the e-commerce. And the fact that I love the most is that it really pushed all the companies, no matter how small you are, even if you're a mom and pop shop that, you know, didn't even think about e-commerce or being digital and really transforming your business, you had no choice. And that to us, and being kind of a company that push a lot of other companies to do that is really something I'm very proud of. And I think, you know, all those companies had now a medium to not only survive, but also to thrive and to do really well. And even, you know, the newer generations were able to push for their parents and grandparents to say, hey, you know what, we're gonna, you know, produce this new product and sell it online, and actually maybe even, you know, have the whole family working in that business. So it's been really amazing, and I think it's here to stay.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
We're really glad to have you here with us. And now let me move to LA, I think, where Axel is. Where else than LA, of course. Axel, as you of course know, because you are one of the main characters in this movie, there's increasing content generation, and there are new platforms appearing almost every month. I can tell you here in Buenos Aires, at least, almost, I would say every single day we have some film shooting happening in the city, and local producing companies are working for Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon, and the like. So again, the same question is, what future do you foresee for this, and especially for cities or for Buenos Aires? You know, how do you think that we can be a major player, major regional or global player in this field, an increasingly crowded field at the same time? And again, what do you think that we are lacking? What else do you think that we should be doing in terms of connecting with the local film industry, producing industry, and helping them achieve a global standard that we already have, of course, but achieve global markets?
You're
1 second, because un segundo que no te escuchamos. We're not listening to you. Probably, I would say that you have to unmute yourself, which is something usual.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now, guys?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so for starters, I don't want to break your heart, but I am not in LA now. I'm in Ipswich, which is a city 2 hours away from London, because I'm going to start shooting a movie tomorrow here with an Academy Award winner actress. So it's a secret between me and you guys. Well, you know, one of the most important thing about Buenos Aires is that you have a huge creative community. And I think that makes a difference. Not only, as Karen said before, you have a lot of, you know, people that has been trained, you know, both by, you know, high educational standards, but also by, you know, working on the field. But there is also this huge sense of community, where ideas are flowing around and people interchange views 24/7. So I would say that's the most important thing in order to create an environment to bring talent into the Buenos Aires creative arena. So that's for starters. Are we going to be able to become, you know, a big player in the field? Of course, I do think so. You know, one thing we have to take on account is that Argentina has been producing films since 1908. It's one of the first countries in the whole continent that started, you know, making films. Argentina also, you know, started having, you know, TV networks in the early 50s. So there's a huge tradition here of developing content. So now technology is changing the way we watch shows and movies. But the most important thing, which is the storytelling drive, it's part of our DNA. So I am completely sure that we have tools enough to fight the fight, to walk the walk.
Great. I was thinking that the good thing about our city and our country.
Sorry, I can't hear you well.
No? Okay. I'm sure they can. ¿Ahora? ¿Me escuchás?
Ahora sí. Sí, señor.
Okay, great. Now, I was thinking that you being right now in UK, but also, from what I understand, based in LA, right, at the time being, for the time being, Argentina and Pier Paolo right now, somewhere around the US also. We have a huge creative diaspora that can, in a way, can be helpful also towards building this global city, which that is Buenos Aires. In your case, you're still related to projects here now in Buenos Aires, and you're still part of the local ecosystem, a very active part, I would say.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I would say that in my case, I'm still working. I'm making films in Argentina, but I am also bringing local talent from Buenos Aires to other places, from cinematographers to writers to directors. You know, it's not. This is a two-way highway. It's not only bringing resources from other countries, but it's also showing other people in other places that the local talent it's as big and as strong as the talent that they already have. Just to give you an example, Buenos Aires is the center of the movie production in Argentina, and Argentina has 2 Oscars for best foreign films. That means that it's the country in Latin America that has the most number of Oscars on the category of foreign film. Mexico has only 1 for Roma, the Alfonso Cuarón film, but Argentina has 2. So I think that's a good example of the quality of talent above the line, below the line, in front of camera, and behind the camera.
Thank you, Axel. Last question: do you think that we have we heard before from the tech sector, there's also new emerging talent in the film industry or in the audiovisual industry?
Well, I usually use, I love to use the word content, because I do think this is a wider thing that also includes video gaming, which is getting bigger and stronger every day in Argentina, VFX, which is also, an area that is getting stronger. Well, Argentina has as many film students as France. So I think that's a sign that, we love to tell stories, and we love to, to connect with people, and we have the talent. So yes, absolutely. I'm convinced that we have a bright future ahead.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you to you all, to our friends on the other side of the world, in all these countries that are following these discussions. And thank you, Karen, for being with us also, and also thank you, Pier Paolo. I will now leave you with the next panel. Time is short, and luckily we have to finish, but it was really a very productive conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias, Karen. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you, Enrique, Karen, Pierpaolo, and Axel. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start today's second panel, The Future of Quality of Life in Cities. Let me welcome to the stage 2 ministers of the city of Buenos Aires, Fernán Quiroz, Minister of Health, and Clara Mucio, Minister of Public Space and Urban Hygiene. From Geneva, we welcome our moderator for this panel, Alice Charles, Project Leader for Cities, Infrastructure and Urbanism at the World Economic Forum. And we also welcome Mark Watts, Executive Director of C40, who is joining us today from Wales. Again, may I remind the panelists that they have 5 minutes each. Alice Charles, the floor is yours.
On relaunching Buenos Aires internationally, and it's been great to hear some of the previous speakers. So thank you for joining panel 2. In this panel, we will be discussing the future of quality of life in our cities. And we have some great panelists here today. First of all, I'd like to introduce Mark Watts, who's the Executive Director of C40, of course, that wonderful mayoral network which is trying to address climate change in 97 cities around the world. I'd also like to introduce our other panelists. So we have Clara Muzo, who is the Minister of Public Space and Urban Hygiene from Buenos Aires City Government. Welcome, Minister. And we also have Minister Fernan Queiroz, who's the Minister of Health of Buenos Aires City Government. And of course, we have all of you who are joining us today, and you're all very welcome. So just to set some context for today's discussion. So we know that COVID-19 has very much refocused cities and the way we look at cities. Some believe that cities face the risk of becoming obsolete, with people looking outside urban areas to live, work and play. Others, including myself, believe that cities are certainly not obsolete and will remain hubs of talent, innovation and social life. But this will require us to understand and successfully provide the processes and new habits and demands of our citizens. Many of these demands are new. Others are as the result of trends that the pandemic has accelerated. And many mayors would say that COVID-19 has managed to shine a light on many of the issues that already existed. All can be described as encompassing the notion of comprehensive well-being, the idea that the environment, the economy, health, education are not in competition with one another, but are inseparable when it comes to rethinking the quality of life in our cities. So this panel will discuss how socially vibrant global cities such as Buenos Aires and their residents' lifestyles are strongly associated with the enjoyment of public spaces, leisure and social encounters, and how they need to transform to provide for this future. The panel in particular intends to reflect on the work Buenos Aires has been doing in order to become a more sustainable city and indeed a more human city. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Mark Watts again from C40. And Mark, I'd like to hear a little bit about what you have been doing in C40 and what ways global cities like Buenos Aires should be thinking about having a green, fair future in terms of their green and just recovery. But also I'd like you to comment a little bit on the link between addressing climate change and indeed the quality of life and what you've been seeing in the city of Buenos Aires. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alice. And that's a lot in one question. I guess we've been at C40, of which Buenos Aires is a very active member, and indeed I'm extremely pleased to say it's going to be hosting our next big summit next year. We've been really focusing on really this kind of inflection point in history of trying to come out of a global pandemic at the same time as really getting to grips with the global climate emergency, and really putting it front and center of what all of the mayors in C40 are thinking about is that this is the moment where we've got to achieve a green and fair recovery as the platform for then delivering on science-based climate targets, which are a condition of our membership. And I guess that's partly just because there's a moral duty to do that, but also because it's very clear from all of the evidence that we have in front of us that the cities that get first on the ladder of that green and fair recovery are going to prosper the most, and the majority of their people are going to be better off. And I guess I think it's really we've got to focus. The focus is about urgency. It's about time. We're still talking about the climate crisis and climate breakdown as a long-term thing. How we get to zero by 2050. But most of the decisions that matter, that will affect the ability for human civilization to survive and thrive, are being made right now, this year. Historic levels of public investment to come out of the pandemic. If that investment passes the test of helping to accelerate a green and a fair recovery, creating a green and a fair economy, then we'll be well on the way to great progress in the future. If we fail that test, then we're heading for breakdown. I think the good news, looking at across C40 cities, that you can see the real evidence for going all out for the investment in the new green economy, the caring economy, transforming cities to be more public space, more green space, easier to get around. There's a much greater potential for job creation. We estimate 80 million good, sustainable jobs just across the 100 or so C40 cities in the next 5 years. In Latin America, particular opportunities around decarbonising buildings and low carbon transport. But also that, as we've seen it, the disruption of the last 18 months, there's a real opportunity to rethink the way we live in cities. I very much agree with you, Alice. I don't think we're remotely at the end of the city. I've been really positively impressed by the way that cities, including very much Buenos Aires, have responded to the pandemic, where there's been much more, as we've been confined to our local neighbourhoods, there's been much more demand for public space, for public infrastructure, for public services, much more demand for locally accessible services and public goods. And the concept of the 15-minute city, where people can access everything that they need within a 15-minute walk or cycle, has kind of spread like wildfire around the world. Buenos Aires has been one of the really leading cities on that, and the numbers, numbers I've got in front of me, I'm sure we're going to hear much more of them, but they really tell a story. 110 hectares of new green public spaces created in Buenos Aires in the last few years, 100 new pedestrian streets, 54 new public schools, 250 kilometres of protected bike lanes. I could go on, but that's a pattern that we're seeing in cities right across the world, Latin America, Europe, China, South Asia. And I think it's a new era now of combining people's desire and need for locally accessible services, more public and green services and space with a lower carbon lifestyle. And Mayor Rodriguez Larreta is the vice chair who's leading responsibility for that within C40. So it's something where I expect to see lots more leadership from Buenos Aires.
Wonderful, and so glad to hear that you're going to have the Mayoral Summit in Buenos Aires as well. Have you got a date for that as yet?
Date's not set yet, but it'll be in the fall of next year.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. And it's wonderful to see that cities like Buenos Aires are embracing the 15-minute city concept, which, of course, the Mayor of Paris established with Carlos Moreno. And indeed, I guess it builds on what Melbourne has been doing for many years with the 20-minute neighbourhood concept. So I'd like to turn to Clara next. Minister, it's great to see you. I know that you're there in person and you're able to interact with the audience to a much greater extent than ourselves. But perhaps you might tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in relation to what Mark has just told us about in relation to public space. So when we talk about new public space, we refer not only to the urban infrastructure that's created, but also the way that people interact in public space and the environment. How has this changed in Buenos Aires? What is the strategic vision that you have in terms of the transformation of your public spaces? And how do you think it will affect the quality of life in the city? Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Días a todos. It's a pleasure for me to be here with Fernán, Marx, and Alice. I am going to speak in Spanish. Also, Fernán is going to speak in Spanish. But yes, creo que el COVID nos desafió.
I believe that COVID-19. Okay.
El COVID-19 lo que nos desafió a todas las ciudades. La forma en que tuvimos que readaptarnos de una forma muy rápida.
And we had to reinvent ourselves.
Lo que hizo fue no solamente exigirnos más y atacar la resiliencia de las ciudades, no ver cómo las ciudades podíamos adaptarnos, sino también nos hizo repensar esas ciudades del futuro.
What is the city of the future? And in that case, what the public spaces have been transformed to, especially during the pandemic, in order to embrace and to address the needs of the citizenry and reaffirm the commitment that we have taken over the last years. And that was the right direction. It's what Mark said in the interview, that the city of Buenos Aires has made efforts based on 4 important pillars. First one, trying to be a more sustainable city in the aspect of being human and also being equitable, fair greener, pursuing our objective with the climate change and being carbon neutral for 2050. When we speak of sustainability, as Alice well said, we speak not only of sustainable cities in terms of public works or infrastructure, but also with the spaces that create diversity in the use of it in the city. Since 2012, we have been working in efforts with mobility and sustainable mobility. As a matter of fact, we're celebrating the week of mobility here, and that's why we started the Microcentro downtown Buenos Aires, as Horacio said at the very beginning. And we started transforming the city from the urban point of view. That project that we've been working over the last 10 years promoted not only walkability, covering more than 100 blocks in terms of pedestrian use, also the metro bus and the use of tapping the use of bicycle lanes in the city. We have more than 300 kilometers of bicycle lanes, and as Fernando is going to say, our objective is to have more than 1 million bicycle trips. And this sustainable city embraces the idea of having a human scale. The issue of being near, close to the people, and not only living in office buildings or residence buildings, is what Carlos and what Mark said. It makes us think that the city of Buenos Aires should not be a single center of micro-center, but embracing the idea of a polycenter, where the citizenry and the visitors may find the basic needs, but also idleness, culture, recreation. And that's why during the pandemic, because people were isolated and they need to be within their neighborhoods, we adapted the public spaces to these new dynamics. For example, with the fairs that we have, the city fairs, that they bring the commodities that we usually buy. And that's why we have to rethink the parks, so these activities could be with larger spaces, pursuing sustainability. And that's why we reformulated some of the projects that we have foreseen for this year that had to do with this, with providing the neighbors with covering these needs, more green spaces, more park, more idleness and recreational activities, and a place where we could have a meeting point for developing our people, creating more connectivity also, and also pursuing these commodities in the parks. And when we talk about resilient and inclusive cities, we say that the city, as we foresee this polycenter, is a city for everybody, for all. And what we pursue in building the city, we think that this is thought for a child, for an infant, or for a person carrying a stroller, or for the elderly. So these cities could invite and embrace people that can share the public places that is so dynamic and that is for all. Thinking also at the same time with security, with gender perspective, with a gender-based perspective that we have across the city. And that's why during the pandemic we performed more than 50 activities in some of the areas, because at the very beginning of our administration, of the second administration here, we had a project of having 48 green streets, and this dream was made true. That's why this accelerated the process of the transformation of the city, and it's not only for the pedestrian areas, but also for the streets that we adapted, not only the parks, because those were spaces that were gained and they are here to stay, and there's no coming back right now. And this will not only benefit the citizenry or the population, but also the local merchants, so they can basically come with their own tables and chairs in the streets for vending in the streets, because we have a tempered climate and we can enjoy the open air, and that's why it's in high demand. And lastly, our prime objective to have the city as carbon neutral for 2050, because the climate change, thanks to the C40, we are pursuing, apart from leading the 15-minute city initiative, we have to embrace this issue and to become a carbon neutral city for 2050. We have more than 100 hectares that we developed over the last years, and the objective of becoming green is to have urban forests, parks, walkability, to promote mobility, sustainable mobility, and we need to have a sustainable future. If not, it's not going to be a future. So this is going to be the future of the city, providing this alternative so the population can add their efforts to our plan, strategic plan, to have a greener plan with their own habits that they bring to the table and that they acquire. To conclude, this year we launched the recycling plan with a clear objective to reduce the tons of garbage in the city, and that's why we are migrated to having compost in the city. So these lines of action made us think that the city of Buenos Aires is a city that is preparing itself, that is walking into the future to become a more sustainable and greener city.
Thank you very much, Minister. It's wonderful to see that you've set a target to be carbon neutral. And indeed, it's great to see that you're combining the agenda of providing a more green city with providing a more just and inclusive city. Thank you for that. So now if I could turn to Fernan, how do you think the idea of quality of life has changed since the COVID-19 pandemic? And do you think that the future of urban life requires us to elaborate and have a more multi-dimensional vision for well-being, in which health, education, care, etc., enable the enjoyment of public space amongst others? Can these be combined in a more virtuous way? Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to share this with Mark, with you. The WHO defined health as the well-being, physical, psychic, and social well-being. That definition, after 70 years of profound changes in the way we live in cities and in the way we develop urbanism and the way we develop also the daily activities that we pursue with our economy, talent development, and work. And also the demographic changes, the emergence of chronic diseases that we have, and the social conditions in the largest urban areas made us reflect on how to improve the quality of life and what is the status of health for the population given the changing environment. And what we have learned, and especially the pandemic brought this to light and shed some light, that the status of health is a continuum for the life of people that is changing, and that continuum is strictly linked with a combination and the permanent or ongoing interaction of a systemic interaction of social media and the way that people and the community interact, evolve, relate to one another, and change. And this is strictly related to the biological networks and maintaining health. I'm going to pick up the thread later on in connection with that issue. Clearly, what demands us to have a more systemic and integral point of view that makes the quality of life, as you asked, has to do with learning the multi-pillars, the other pillars that are outside the healthcare or prevention, and that has to do with the way we relate to one another and the way we live. That's why the health and the well-being agendas are not only exclusive to the ministries of health, but government agendas. And in this case, this is a clear example of how such a substantial situation as the pandemic is approached integrally from the health sector, from the city, and from the government. Tracing back to 1978 to the Alma-Ata Declaration, putting primary care or health care, I believe that the largest transformation of healthcare has been addressed from social sciences. And there's a definition that extended the sociologist Antonovsky, defining health or genesis. For many decades, we have thought of the pathogenesis. What are the risk factors? What makes us sick? But we haven't discussed what makes us healthy, what may prevent us from falling ill in the social networks or in the social media or in the biological network. And this extends the concept of health, the classical way of thinking, and the social determinants as well. As usually I define that the main predictor of life expectancy has to do with the postal code rather than with the genetic code. So this outlook of health that extends and goes beyond to solitary confinement or the isolation of the elderly and the way we eat, the way we live our daily lives with our family, in an environment, or in the cities. And that is why it extends to other pillars that extend to other determinants that has to do with the urban cities, the urban centers of building communities, the 15-minute cities as we discussed, where we have to reduce stress by reallocating our daily lives, or our activities and daily lives and the impact that brings to our lives, and a more transcendental issue that Clara said, that is the environment and the healthy environments. So this concept of health that integrates these determinants, integrates socially the way we live, it protects people, especially for people that are over 50, and in a way integrates the social urban centers and the way we relate to the urban centers on a daily basis, and integrates as well the care for the environment and the sector, or the level of pollution that we have in the urban centers where we live. And probably the most transcendental thing that we learned over the last 20 years is how we link health society and healthy societies and urban centers that place priority upon health or well-being to the anthropological and the biological concepts that has to do with risk factors and diseases. And there is so much information that tells us the way we relate to the way that diseases are triggered in our bodies. And this is called epigenetics. Those are molecules and the state of reduction of the molecules that surround the gene that makes to trigger parts of the gene and not to become activated in some parts, or they may trigger during our lives at some point. And the way we live, this activates the stress or the way we enjoy social interactions in a society. That has to do a lot with the redox status of the genomic context of the gene, that has to do with the activation of biological chains that produce diseases or that make you healthy. So we know full well that salutogenesis are a component that is essential, and we need to keep them in the context of social life, urban life as well, and in the way we relate to one another and that we build our lives. And of course, this health genesis is translated in maintaining health or provoking diseases sometimes because of the epigenetic changes that sometimes are forever in our childhood, because of you have the epidemics of chronic diseases like obesity, for example, or determining some other diseases, or sometimes they may occur in mothers and they migrate to the children, so they go over generations and they have damages that are everlasting sometimes, unfortunately. To close my remarks, let me tell you that this pandemic has caused a multidimensional social trauma that has affected our lives, extending to the pillars that I addressed, and also gives us a window of opportunity to understand health, how we maintain health, and how we prevent diseases, understanding that the disease is an expression of the way we live, the way we think, and the way we produce, as well as the way we relate to one another in society. Thank you very much.
For that, Minister, as an urban planner, I'm very much heartened to hear that you are focusing on this connection between health and preventing health and health problems, and understanding the social determinants of health problems. So, of course, we do know that the profession of urban planning emerged from previous pandemics in trying to address that very issue. So I'm glad to hear that you're focused on that. I'd like to thank our two ministers for their contributions. I'd like to thank Mark Watts for his contribution to this session as well. And thank you who joined us in this Future of Quality of Life in City session. And with that, I'm going to hand back to you in Buenos Aires and wish you every success with the remainder of this event, which is focused on relaunching Buenos Aires internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernan, Clara, Alice, and Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting our last panel, Cities to Study, Visit, and Work. May I welcome onto the stage Francisco Vigo, CEO of CVC Corp Argentina, which includes Almundo, Avantrip, and Biblos, and Gonzalo Robredo, President of the Tourism Board of the City of Buenos Aires. We also welcome from Barcelona, Marian Muro, General Director of Tourism of the City of Barcelona, and from Amsterdam, Martin van de Ven, Vice President and Business Development at ICEF. And we welcome back Robert Wood, who will be moderating this panel. Robert, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. It's great to be back. And we're going to be taking a look at what we call the visitor economy here. And as we mentioned earlier in the conference, international tourism and mobility has obviously been hit super hard, really affected global cities. There are still travel restrictions going into Buenos Aires, but cities like Buenos Aires and others are already thinking about what is the strategy ahead, thinking of how to position themselves to attract a return of tourists, visitors, not just for tourism, but also those visiting for work and visiting for new forms of work. There's this very interesting subcategory of digital nomads. And, you know, I think a lot of employees in companies will have some greater flexibility in terms of working from a different location for several weeks a year. I think Buenos Aires will be well placed to try to take advantage of these new opportunities. Buenos Aires will be trying to recover the large number of tourists that it had before the pandemic, 3 million, and also try to get back up to 90,000 students arriving in Buenos Aires once the restrictions ease and their strategy kicks into place. I'm delighted to have with me 4 experts from all over the place, Europe and in Buenos Aires. And I'd like to start first with Francisco Vigo, who is CEO of CVC Corp for Argentina, managing those 3 travel agency brands. And really, you know, I think a key question here is, what's it going to look like in a post-pandemic era? What's tourism going to look like? So what trends do you expect in terms of international mobility once things return to a semblance of normality?
Hello, Robert. Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. I'm going to switch to Spanish. The answer. Yo creo que el principal cambio.
I believe that the main change that we're noticing is extending the freedom of people to choose their place of work. I believe that during the pandemic, most of the people that work in corporations realized that they could do their jobs remotely, and this is a trend that changed forever. So there's growth to pick or to pick the location where they have to work. Not only we are faced with the way we are going to approach this with our employees, but also the ecosystem that we have in terms of tourism. And let me tell you that I have 4,000 people in Brazil and 1,000 people in Argentina. This is the department that I lead. And also, we have a lot of passengers from Brazil to Argentina. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So, can you hear me there? Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Yes. So, the main challenge that we have is this one, is that people should choose where to work. And also this is the way we approach tourism. To begin with, we are seeing that the post-pandemic sale has grown 50% in the number of days that passengers stay in their final destination. So many people are choosing vacation destinations, but also to combine pleasure with work. So before, on average, they stayed 15 days. Right now, they stayed a month, 3 weeks probably. So probably they decide to work for 1 week, and then they work, and then they go on vacations, and then they work again or resume their labor activities, and then they return. So the product offering, or what is demanded from the passengers, is that we need to have a change policy, because they never know when they have to return. So they have to associate or relate this product that is associated with this flexibility. And there are some other trends, like for example, room rentals or apartment rentals, because many people are not only resorting to hotels, but they may want to rent an apartment or car rentals, for example, to have mobility in those destinations or to operate freely in those cities. The good news is that our headquarters are located in Brazil, so the growth of Brazilian passengers that seek as a destination Argentina is growing a lot. I believe that 30% of the visitors come from Brazil, so there's a lot of interest that is shown in Argentina. And I believe that this is due to many things. First, because Buenos Aires is a very important city with public spaces, with public transportations, with health, with restaurants, bars, nightlife. And it's a reality that they want to travel cheap sometimes and with good quality, because tourists not only find the cheapest destinations where they have cheap prices and quality at the same time. And Buenos Aires is a two-win situation, because we provide very good quality or a very good high quality product offering, and it's very affordable. And this is due to the demand of tickets that we are seeing. And the health issue is not a minor thing. We have to address how we're going to address this after COVID. And it's what Fernand said. Along these lines, we know that the city has been prepared for the pandemic. We have low occupancy in the hospitals. Everybody comes with a health insurance here. Health insurance coverage has grown exponentially. And Buenos Aires has all the necessary elements to reactivate this substantially and very aggressively. For example, as citizens or as businessmen in the tourism sector, as employers of many people that work in Brazil and in Argentina, we're ready.
Great. Francisco, do you think is there anything that Buenos Aires government can do more to help attract visitors in this next phase, just very briefly?
Robert, I couldn't hear your question. I don't know if it was for me.
Do you think that the Buenos Aires city government could do anything extra to attract foreign tourism once things do open up?
I think the main challenge here,
El desafío principal El desafío principal.
Me parece. Right now? Okay, I will check it with home. Decía que creo que el principal desafío que tiene Buenos Aires es seguir haciendo las cosas tal cual las está haciendo.
The main challenge of Buenos Aires is to pursue what we're doing. The city is ready to welcome passengers from across the world. And as Pierre said, we need to develop the local ecosystem from the technological digital point of view, because we're going to have many visitors and digital nomads. And definitely, I believe that Buenos Aires is open for local tourists without any quarantine, and we have quick rapid test for COVID-19, and this gives you a lot of assurance, because when you travel to remote places, you need to be assured that you have the certainty of being healthy. So we need to continue along these lines, because so far from what I've seen from the questions that we receive in Brazil, I believe that it's going to create a lot of traveling opportunities in the future.
And we're going to move to another panelist, but stay in Buenos Aires, and we're going to bring in Mr. Gonzalo Robredo, who is the president of the tourism board in Buenos Aires. And I want to ask him how he sees the future of the visitor economy in Buenos Aires, and how has the city adapted its positioning strategy, its international positioning strategy to remain attractive.
Well, thank you, Robert, for the question, and I will also speak in Spanish if it doesn't mind. Yo soy muy optimista.
I am very optimistic in connection with the traveling industry.
Los indicadores de pandemia nos hacen ser muy optimistas.
I believe that the indicators made us being optimistic over the last 20 years. Basically, the products and the services for the tourism industry, they have remained stable, whereas the average income has decreased. And the average income and the percentage that is allocated to traveling has grown, so tourism has grown exponentially across the world. And international arrivals are a clear example of this. We have 1.8 billion international arrivals. I believe that we need to address this stagnation that has been the worst crisis since the 50s, where we had an exponential growth of tourism. Why is that? Why do we have such a spike, such an increase in tourism that goes beyond idleness, entertainment, or goes beyond consumption? I believe that traveling responds to a more profound need, and that is having a construction identity construction process. I believe traveling constructs or builds identity. In fact, there's a phrase that says, we are what we travel. It's not what we eat, but what we travel. And I firmly believe that we pursue in these trips, in the urban commuting or in the trips. For example, when people come from the provinces, they seek a cultural event with the local people, with the local expressions. And I believe that precisely that is a transforming event, because we return to our homes differently after visiting a place like Buenos Aires, Barcelona, Paris, and so many other cities across the world. I believe that this is key. And we have demonstrated in the surveys that have revealed these statistics, especially with the passengers that come from Buenos Aires, and that need of traveling is going to persist, and it's going to come very, very strong after the pandemic, the 2-year pandemic, when we come back to normality. I believe that this is happening, as a matter of fact. And apart from this, I am optimistic because the bottleneck over the last 2 years was the production of planes, Airbus and Boeing, to supply the high demand of passengers that we had, and we suffered this in Argentina. And right now we have the planes. they are landed, but they can be reactivated, and the connectivity or the hubs that are key. I believe that international hubs is going to be restored pretty soon. Domestic flights are a horse of a different color. But how is Buenos Aires going to reposition itself? Well, considering this background or this introduction, I believe that Buenos Aires is a fantastic place to seek these cultural opportunities. I believe Buenos Aires is a city that is a new city. It has been transformed. It's the merger of the Creole, the first Spaniards that arrived in Buenos Aires, mixed with the Aboriginous people, combined with the slaves, that the Criollos had this paradigm of the gaucho, the cowboy, the pampa cowboy, that merged with the Europeans, immigrants that were looking for the promised land at the very beginning of the 20th century, with the social expressions that conform or that make up Buenos Aires, and is in constant evolution and dynamism with the enriching aspects of the immigration that come from Latin America, Bolivians, Colombians, Venezuelans, Peruvians, Paraguayans, that create this melting point of identity change and makes Buenos Aires a metropolitan city, a city that is open to the world, a respectful society that respects diversity, that is a meeting point with others. Our campaign in 2016 pursued this objective, pursuing the concept of the need of Porteños to connect or to relate to others. That connection through our social expressions is where we find this rich dialogue in the tourism, in the city tourism. And we said that we were people from Buenos Aires, and that was the name of the campaign, saying that we were ready to reconnect and to have a direct contact with those visitors. With a great challenge for those of us that need to sell the city to the world, having this wide range of social expressions in music, the Colón Theater, with the opera house, with the classical music, jazz, rock, that is typical of Latin America. Whenever we hear rock from Buenos Aires, from Argentina, the museums, having parks, city parks, or an ecological reserve of 350 hectares, and the largest delta in the world that ends up in the channel of the River Plate and the Atlantic Ocean, with hundreds of birds, where we have optimized the use of public spaces, as the mayor and Clara Mucio said. This has allowed us to return to live these green spaces more than ever, so restaurants can put their tables and chairs in the streets, and to live and to walk the city increasingly more, and to be more open to this interaction. That's why emphasis is going to be placed on an aggressive campaign, and priority should be placed on, as we are in a remote location, it may be more expensive to come to Buenos Aires, not only from the region or South America, but probably for Americans or for Europeans. We are going to emphasize on MICE, the meeting international large events. We have ranked very, very well in the ICA. We share this effort with the collaboration of the Buenos Aires people that have been involved. We are traveling with the mayor to New York to launch campaigns, promotion campaigns, in one of the main MICE markets. And that's why the government should work hand in hand with the private sector, not only because of promoting these destinations, but also helping to sell products and services. So MICE, LGBT, luxury also are going to be key sectors for us, and we are going to be working on recovering or restoring the tourism industry that had 3 million visitors in 2019.
Exposición muy apasionada de las razones, sobre todo el factor humano que se me hizo muy interesante. Esta es la experiencia de convivir con las personas en el destino. Y voy a seguir en castellano porque vamos a pasar a España, a Barcelona. Desgraciadamente mi catalán no es muy bueno, aunque lo entiendo un poco. Mi madre vive en la provincia de Valencia. Pero en fin, es un gusto presentar a Marian Muro, que es la directora general de turismo de Barcelona, que hace más o menos un trabajo parecido a Gonzalo Robledo. Entonces vamos a escuchar un poco la visión de Marian, lo que está haciendo Barcelona, y lo que me interesa sobre todo es esa visión de otra ciudad para ver cuáles son los desafíos que las ciudades globales que antes eran atractivos para el turismo internacional, cuáles son los desafíos ahora saliendo de la pospandemia, y qué es lo que piensas que Buenos Aires puede aprender de eso y aplicar para que su estrategia de posicionamiento internacional tenga éxito.
Good morning.
De una ciudad como Buenos Aires, la conozco, he estado, pues yo creo que al menos 10 o 15 veces habré estado en Buenos Aires, y es una ciudad extraordinaria, por lo menos para mí extraordinaria.
Buenos Aires is a great city.
O sea, teniendo en cuenta lo que duran los juegos, imagínense, ir a volver de Buenos Aires. O sea que para mí es un placer.
For me,
la pasión que ha puesto la persona que me ha antecedido, ¿no? Y yo creo que es la pasión un poco que se necesita en estos momentos. Yo creo que el turismo, bueno, nunca había sido golpeado por una situación así, pero es que lo más curioso, que esto yo lo he escrito en muchos artículos al principio de todo de la pandemia, ¿no? Es que nosotros tenemos ya interiorizados una serie de riesgos, ¿no? Como son, pues, atentados terroristas, el que pueda haber, pues, una revuelta política, el que pueda haber, pues, un huracán, un tsunami, pero nunca habíamos pensado que un tema sanitario iba realmente a parar el mundo. Y eso nosotros no lo teníamos interiorizado. Ese es un elemento de riesgo adicional que entra dentro ahora de la cultura del viaje y de los riesgos del viaje. Y vamos a convivir el resto ya de nuestra vida con eso. Lo mismo que se toman medidas preventivas, pues cuando uno se va, pues no vaya en esta época que es de monzón, o ojo con los objetos que lleva dentro, o no se puede llevar. Bueno, tenemos un riesgo adicional identificado que es el sanitario y que realmente es el único probado que para el mundo. Que para el mundo porque afecta esencialmente a un elemento prioritario del turismo, que es la movilidad. Sin movilidad no hay ningún tipo de turismo, o sea, delante de mi casa, o sea, nos hemos de poder mover. Nosotros, tengo que reconocerles y les voy a decir una cosa, yo me incorporé como directora de turismo de Barcelona, estaba en el sector privado, y me nombraron directora de turismo de Barcelona 5 días antes de que se declarase la pandemia y cerrasen. Entenderán ustedes que cuando uno entra con toda la ilusión en una entidad como la marca Barcelona y a los 5 días le cierran al mundo, pues realmente fue un golpe considerable. Y una vez pasado todo lo que es la afectación de dimensión humana, que para mí es la más importante, ¿no? Lo que ha dejado la pandemia en dolor, en sufrimiento, en muertes. Entonces pensé que tenía que dar la vuelta, ¿no?, a la situación y que desde Turismo de Barcelona lo que teníamos es que pensar esto en clave oportunidad. Barcelona estaba pasando por un proceso complejo a nivel turístico, complejo pues porque había un clima importante dentro de la propia ciudad en relación a es bueno, no es bueno el turismo, discrepancias, etcétera, y había pues que hacer un reset, ¿no? Y decir, oye, a ver, nosotros qué queremos hacer, a dónde queremos ir y cómo lo queremos hacer. Mi nombramiento ya supuso pues un cambio en lo que es la propia política de la ciudad, puesto que yo soy una persona de turismo, para mí la promoción es esencial y por tanto pues ya se sabía que se iba a conducir todo esto, pero nosotros lo teníamos que ver en clave oportunidad. Y en clave oportunidad quería decir que Barcelona ya estaba a unos niveles de turismo considerables, en los primeros rankings, yo les diría a ustedes que en casi todo, en el tercero, en ICA, en sitio para poder ir, o sea, muy, muy elevados, pero con una insatisfacción de todo lo que era la comunidad local en algunos casos y con un peligro de que si no éramos capaces de reconducir lo que queríamos nosotros transmitir como destino, pues esto iría a peor. Imagínense ustedes, Barcelona ha estado 5 años aproximadamente sin hacer ni promoción, no había una apuesta por el ayuntamiento para que se trabajase el turismo, no hacía falta que viniesen turistas y Barcelona, todo y así, continuaba arriba en todos los rankings. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que la reputación de una ciudad, de un destino urbano, si es muy elevada, se mantiene un tiempo. Luego caerá seguro, pero durante un tiempo se mantiene porque tú tienes un bagaje de ciudad que estaba realmente arriba de todo. Entonces, a partir de aquel momento pensamos, bueno, ¿qué hacemos? O sea, vimos claramente que habían 5 cosas que como ciudad teníamos que hacer. Lo primero era el tema de la seguridad en sentido amplio. Está muy bien la seguridad sanitaria y tiene que haberla porque es un elemento de confianza, pero bueno, Barcelona tiene unos médicos extraordinarios, unos centros sanitarios que son de relevancia mundial, es un destino médico por un público importantísimo y teníamos que preservar una seguridad sanitaria, pero también una seguridad de vida, una seguridad física, una seguridad jurídica. Aquí es cierto, ¿no?, que hemos tenido un empuje hace 15 días que The Economist dijo que Barcelona era de las 3 ciudades más seguras del mundo. Era tener claro cómo nos queríamos vender al mundo. Es decir, qué atributos de Barcelona nosotros queremos posicionar en los mercados. Y esto no, es difícil en determinadas ciudades, porque miren, si ustedes me preguntan a mí qué tiene Barcelona, ¿es la mejor ciudad a nivel de gastronomía? No. ¿Es la mejor ciudad a nivel de cultura? No. ¿Es la ciudad del mundo con la mejor arquitectura? No. ¿Es la mejor ciudad con...? Y le diría, no. Pero cuando tú haces una encuesta y hablas con una multiplicación, que no es la mejor en nada, pero que es la mejor de todas. Y eso que a mí me ha quedado grabado es que esa combinación de una serie de elementos hacen que Barcelona sea particular. Una ciudad pequeña, dicotomía mar y montaña, con una arquitectura llamada por Gaudí impresionante, y el románico y el barroco, un estilo de vida, pero que también lo tienen, por ejemplo, una ciudad como Buenos Aires, que tiene su punto cool y que tiene su... Luego siempre ha sido pues la ciudad quizás más avanzada de toda España, una buena conexión porque estamos tocando con Europa y una climatología excelente. Pero les voy a decir, o sea, somos los mejores, ¿no? También es cierto que la ciudad se supo vender después de unos Juegos Olímpicos. Unos Juegos Olímpicos en aquellos años te situaban en el mapa. Pero los Juegos Olímpicos fueron en el 92. Yo no sé ni los años que tenía, creo que 18. O sea, que hagan ustedes cuenta. Y el mundo ha cambiado. Y ahora tú tienes que tener bien claro aquellos 5 atributos en los cuales tú quieres venderte y posicionarte. A partir de tener claro esos atributos, tenemos que cambiar totalmente la forma en la que nosotros hacíamos promoción. Yo, que también estuve dirigiendo Cataluña en su momento, hace muchos años, ¿no? Tú no puedes ir a venderte a todos los países del mundo con la misma caja de bombones. Porque es que no es lo mismo lo que les vendes a China que lo que le vendes a Japón, que lo que le vendes a la gente de Argentina. Es que son diferentes, es que quieren otras cosas. Por lo tanto, lo principal es conocer muy bien a quien tú vas a vender y ofrecerle aquello que vas a comprar. Busca aquello que te hace a ti diferente de los demás. O sea, ¿cuál es nuestro valor diferencial? Yo a veces me pregunto, pues ¿en qué se diferencia Barcelona, por ejemplo, pues de París, de Londres, de Roma, de Madrid? Si yo estoy pensando mucho,
and if we need to pursue that differentiation, I am sure that is going to be the Mediterranean Sea.
con el Mediterráneo.
That we are
A
a
diferencia
great
de estas
city
4 ciudades,
with
pues
a
igual
great
también
coastal
lo
line
tenemos que explotar y
overlooking
tenemos que
the
tener la
Mediterranean.
ambición
And
de
that's
ser
what
la
we
gran
need to
capital
tap.
del mundo. Una vez definidos todos los
Once we
atributos,
have
teníamos que
defined our
pensar en que
attributes,
este momento de pandemia hay una cosa que lo hemos visto muy
we
clara,
need
que
to
eran los
think
contenidos. Yo creo que no nos hemos vuelto locos todos en casa
and
con los
analyze the
contenidos.
contents.
Fíjense ustedes. Lo que ha salvado a la humanidad han sido los contenidos. Los Netflix, los Movistar,
Netflix,
todos
Movistar,
enganchados a las series y viendo
everything.
contenidos y contenidos.
People are
Y cuando estábamos
basically
en el
paying
periodo de
attention to
pandemia,
content.
pues yo pensaba, pues está claro, la gente lo que quiere
It is
son
clear
contenidos.
that people
Hemos de
want to
invertir,
receive
Barcelona tiene
content.
que invertir en contenidos,
Barcelona
en
needs to
relatos,
invest
en
in
relatos que se
content, in
acerquen a la vida de la
stories
gente, en aquellos
that
segmentos en los que
can
nosotros nos queremos.
tell a story for the people
La
and
Barcelona,
to
pues,
think how we can
tecnológica,
position.
nunca se nos había ocurrido y ahora vamos a presentar
It
un
never
proyecto
us to
que es la
present
Barcelona tecnológica con el
technological Barcelona
supercomputador, con
with
todos los centros de
with
investigación.
supercomputers, with
¿Por qué?
research
Porque hay una
centers,
tipología de cliente que
because
se
there's a
mueve
type of
porque va a ciudades
client
específicas
that is
que tienen
dying
grandes
for
investigaciones, grandes
trying to find
estudios, grandes
this
centros de negocios. Pues ahí
with
hemos de
large
estar.
business centers, and this is
Pero
where
hay
we
que
want
crear
to
el producto
position,
y hay
but
que
we need
crear
to
el
create
relato.
this product
A
and the
nivel
storyline.
médico, mucho más. Va a ser la década, ¿no? De el
Also,
bienestar, la prevención,
the
el
well-being,
estado de
prevention,
salud.
health.
Eso lo tenemos que potenciar muchísimo más. Pero no basta
We need to
simplemente con que
drive and
nosotros
tap
cojamos
this
una maleta y nos
concept, and
vayamos
it's not
por el mundo a
only
decir que tenemos muchos hospitales. Son los que
packing
les
our
tenemos que
bags
explicar
and
que
coming to
desde
a
el
city
momento que
because it
salen de
has
su casa hasta el
hospitals.
momento que
We need to
regresan,
explain to them
eso va a ser una
that by
experiencia
the moment they
alrededor
leave and the moment
de
they
una
return, they're
contingencia
going to live
médica, pero que van
an
a tener todas
experience
las prestaciones posibles.
with medical contingencies, and they're going
Barcelona
to be
del cine
provided
o la Barcelona literaria, ¿no? Barcelona
health
pura, de
services,
la gran
also
literatura, ¿no? De la gran
literature
literatura y que ha sido un eje de la literatura latinoamericana.
that has
Pues
been a
eso
Latin American
tiene que ser
pillar.
realmente dónde vivieron, dónde
And this
estuvieron, cómo actuaron,
is
todos esos grandes
the way
escritores
that we have
en
interacted with
Barcelona.
these writers.
Pues
And the
a partir de
writers
los
lived in
contenidos
Barcelona.
nosotros
And
ya hemos
based on these
pasado
contents,
al tercer punto
we
que es
have the
la
third aspect,
digitalización.
that is
Pues es
digitalization.
otro elemento que lo habríamos hecho,
And
pero
that's
igual no con
another
la
key
celeridad que
aspect,
lo vamos a hacer ahora. Pues ¿por qué? Pues porque hemos de estar
because
absolutamente
we need to be
absolutamente
digital.
digitalizados. Es que Barcelona tiene que tener sensores
Barcelona
por toda la
needs
ciudad
to
para
have
saber exactamente
sensors
cómo se mueven,
to
quiénes
know
se mueven, cuando
precisely
entran aquí,
when they
por qué
move,
van
how they
primero a la
move,
derecha y no van primero
why
a la
they go to
izquierda.
the right
O sea,
or
hemos
to
de
the left.
aplicar ese
And we need to
marketing de gran consumo
implement
que se hace porque
the
este
mass
producto
consumption
está aquí, no
marketing,
está aquí, no
because
en un supermercado. Pues lo hemos
the
de
product may
aplicar a lo
not
que es el
be in a
turismo y
supermarket
tener
aisle,
ese big data
but
que
it's
nos tiene que
different. We
ayudar
need
a
to
tomar
have big
decisiones.
data and
Porque
analytics that
nosotros
can help
ahora
us make
tomamos
decisions,
decisiones, pero con muy
because
poca
we make
inteligencia.
decisions that are not
Pagamos
smart
por
enough,
intuiciones, porque las
based on
oficinas de
intuitions,
información nos dicen,
based
no.
on
Barcelona va a
data
crear una gran
offices,
plataforma que se va a llamar
or
Amazing Barcelona.
we need to
que
have
esta
a platform,
plataforma
and in
nos
our
va
case it's
a
going to be Amazing
dar toda la
Barcelona,
información
that is going to
que
provide
pudimos
us
obtener.
with information,
Yo no soy nadie para
with the
dar
necessary
lecciones a
information.
Buenos Aires, vaya, como
And I cannot
Buenos Aires
lecture
me
Buenos
fascina.
Aires.
Pero
I
hay
am
una cosa que les
fascinated
voy a
with the
decir,
city, but there's
un
something
ejemplo
that
que
I
les voy a
can
decir que
tell
creo
you
que sí que puede ser un aprendizaje.
that
Nosotros
could
lo
be that
hay
could
que
improve
unirse
your
con
learning
otras
curve.
ciudades que estén al lado suyo. Hay que hacer promoción a larga
You need to
distancia
promote
con otras ciudades. Nosotros estamos
Buenos
con
Aires
Sevilla
or a city with
haciendo un
other cities. For
programa
example,
para
together with Sevilla,
Francia.
We are promoting an initiative for France, and we're going to be partners in Berlin to have a cultural initiative to sell this remotely. It's not that we're competing with other cities, we're adding stakeholders. So when we need to travel, the one that comes to Europe basically goes and visits many cities. So the best thing is to partner with 2 or 3 cities. When we share culture, sport activities, food, and we can promote together as attractive urban areas that supplement each other. Thank you very much. It has been very enriching what you said. Thank you very much for your explanation of what has been done in Barcelona, and for the colleagues in Buenos Aires, I believe this is great. And I'm sure that they can add this to their strategies. I believe that for all of us that are interested in tourism, we are enchanted not only with Buenos Aires, but also with Barcelona. Thank you very much for addressing this your talk in this panel. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Martin. Martin speaks 7 languages, more than I do. And I believe
revert to English because I know Dutch people probably speak better English than most English people in my experience. Martin van der Veen is Vice President of Business Development at ICEF, which is in the business of international student exchanges. So we're going to shift here from broader tourism trends to specifically to international student travel, which is a key thing for Buenos Aires. As I mentioned before, we had a large number of student exchanges, and Buenos Aires really wants to recover that. So delighted to have Martin with his huge experience in this field. I noticed that he worked for many years in the International Students Identity Card, and I took advantage of this myself a few years ago when I just left school to travel around Europe and get all those discounts. But anyway, delighted to have Martin on board here. And before we look at Buenos Aires and what you see could be the future there, could you just very briefly give us a view regarding the global market for international education in a post-pandemic era? Obviously, it's been hit really hard. How do you see it recovering? How do you see it being different to pre-pandemic?
Well, thank you, Robert. First, let me say I have visited Buenos Aires multiple times. I have friends who live there, so I'm delighted to be on this panel. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Es verdad que hablo español también, pero me acostumbro a hablar sobre el business in English, so I'll continue in English if that's okay. And I see we have translators, so that's great. Yes, we are indeed the organizer of major business networking events in international education aimed at schools, companies, service providers, and destinations worldwide that focus on growing their international student enrollments. And we also provide the leading market intelligence resource for the international education industry, isfmonitor.com, where we publish on industry news, market intelligence, trends and developments, and obviously a lot has been going on in the past year and a half. To your question, the future globally of international education in the post-pandemic era, well, from a student mobility perspective, the answer is very simple. That future is very bright. In higher education, for example, over the past decades, we have already witnessed a rapid increase of global student mobility with an annual growth of 5.5% since the start of this millennium, from some 2.1 million international students worldwide in higher education in the year 2000 to around 5.5 million pre-pandemic. And obviously, as you mentioned, Robert, COVID-19 has greatly disrupted the international education sector, but that is due to of course, the travel barriers, border closures, health protocols caused by the pandemic. And although the pandemic has boosted the rise of edtech solutions and online learning, and I believe these have been discussed earlier as well. This has not disrupted, of course, the sheer motivation, ambition, and appetite that exists worldwide among students to study overseas. On the contrary, no online program, edtech platform, or even virtual reality solution can or will replace that. So with restrictions now gradually being lifted and borders reopening, there's not only a rapid rebound of student mobility, but there's even talk of what a lot of people call a fourth wave of international student mobility, growing to 7 million international students in higher education alone worldwide by 2030. And you can add to that multiple millions of international students in language courses or work and travel programs, summer courses, and so on. So, of course, this creates great opportunities for Buenos Aires to further grow its position as an appealing study destination. And it definitely looks like Buenos Aires is on the right track. As from what I've heard so far on this event and from earlier conversations with my colleagues in Argentina, Buenos Aires is ticking all the boxes, so to speak, that correspond with what that next generation of international students is looking for. So that includes what I would call the basics, the quality of the education system, affordable study options, variety of education institutions, the cost of living, safety, accommodation, high-speed internet, nightlife, career opportunities, welcoming atmosphere, facilities and infrastructure. But it also includes things like the city's sustainability goals, diversity, LGBTQ friendliness, gender equality, and I'm not even talking about tango, football, weather, and all these things. So all that Buenos Aires is doing to make it more appealing to international students corresponds with what that next generation is looking for. As mentioned, Buenos Aires is ticking all the boxes. But all these efforts are worthless if you are unable to reach the student demographic that you're trying to convince and attract. If you're unable to reach them there where they make their study destination decision. So here's my point, Robert. The most successful way for any destination to promote itself successfully as an appealing study destination, and especially post-pandemic, is to partner with overseas education agencies. That is where millions of prospective students and their families make their decisions. The pandemic that has had such an effect on international student mobility has even increased the important role of education agencies. And allow me to quote a recent study by QS. Students are increasingly influenced by agents' recommendations, and destinations who know how to integrate agents, education agents, in their international marketing plans stand to gain an important edge in target countries. For example, the cities in top study destination countries like the US, Canada, the UK, and Australia, they have built their successes over the years, not only by the quality of the education system and the appeal of the destinations, but especially by working closely with education agencies or international student recruitment agencies. You have to understand, and I believe Marianne touched on that earlier as well, these agencies are not only your ambassadors and representatives overseas, but they can tell you being Buenos Aires, not what the international student is looking for, but what the Chinese international student is looking for, what the Indian international student is looking for, what the Nigerian international student is looking for. So in Buenos Aires, most international students have historically been from other Latin American countries, and your growth opportunity comes from these major source countries and regions like China, India, but also regions like the Middle East, Eastern Europe, or the continent of Africa. The large majority in these major source countries and regions consult with education agencies in their home countries to decide on their school and their study destination. For prospective students, these agencies are the trusted partner and the experts that can tell them face-to-face, to tell them and their families in their native language on all the options that exist. And trust me, looking at everything that Buenos Aires has to offer, and I've been there myself and have been working on, there will definitely be a lot of interest among students to consider your city. You can promote your city via the latest social media trends, TikTok campaigns, other marketing channels, and I'm not saying that those initiatives aren't helpful, but the final decisions, these once-in-a-lifetime decisions about their future, decisions that involve significant costs, are not made online. They are made in consultation with experts in consultation with education agencies in the home countries of these students. So just like these agencies are the trusted partner for the students and their families, they can be that trusted partner for Buenos Aires in the countries where Buenos Aires wishes to recruit more international students from. The agencies have a well-spread local network of local high schools and counselors. They organize local study abroad fairs. They are the local experts in local marketing and social media. And they too have used this pandemic to embrace new digital marketing and digital recruitment tools, including segmentation, personalized messaging, artificial intelligence. They help the prospective students prepare for their study abroad and think about language programs and preparation courses. They are the one-stop shop in terms of study abroad, helping students and their families, not only with advice about schools and destinations like Buenos Aires, but also with access to visa, accommodation, insurance, etc. So in conclusion, I really applaud Buenos Aires' initiatives to revive the city and especially its focus on international students. This event is very well timed. Of course, the international students, they stay longer and therefore they spend more because they stay longer. They become your city's ambassadors for life. Many will stay and start a career, which adds to the diversity and skills of your workforce and talent pool. They generate tourism because their parents and their friends and their family, they'll come visit, but you cannot do it alone. You need the right partners, and those are the certified international student recruitment agencies in the countries where you aim to grow your international students from.
Many thanks, Martin. I think you've given some really valuable insights that the team in Buenos Aires is likely to, consider and incorporate. Also, other of our listeners internationally will have taken note. So thank you very much, Martin. And this also is the opportunity to thank the rest of the panelists on this session. Very many thanks to Francisco Vigo, Marianne Muro, Gonzalo Robredo, and yourself, Martin. I think this is going to be a key area, this visitor economy. Getting this one right will be key to ensure that when things are ready to reopen and get back on the, we can all get back on the road, it will, help Buenos Aires to recover as a global city if done right, if these opportunities are seized by the public sector as also the academic sector in Buenos Aires. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Martin, Robert, and many thanks to everyone who has joined us today at Back to BA, a special event to mark the international reopening of the city of Buenos Aires. An immense thank you as well to our moderators and panelists here in Buenos Aires and across the globe. If you will be posting about the event on your social networks, don't forget to use the hashtag #BackToBA. Finally, let me give the floor back to Robert Wood to wrap up the event.
Thank you very much. And we've run over, and I can see people in the auditorium are already keen to get off to those world-class eateries in Buenos Aires. It depends what time zone everybody is on, of course. But competing with lunch is not an easy one to do. So I'll be very brief with my concluding remarks. So, at the outset, we discussed the changes global cities are undergoing and the challenges policymakers will face. I think we're still, there's still a bit of uncertainty regarding how the future of the workplace is going to turn out. And I think that will be one of the key drivers regarding how these global cities will re-emerge. So that's something we're going to be monitoring very quickly and very closely. And as I mentioned at the Economist magazine, we've been using a lot of data to look at these changes in mobility. So that's going to be another sort of element as we follow this path as global cities try to re-emerge. We also heard from the mayor about his vision for Buenos Aires as a global city. And of course, it is such a key event, this international relaunch of Buenos Aires. And we had 3 panels discussing trends and opportunities, focusing on how Buenos Aires could be a great city again in the post-pandemic environment, focusing specifically on 3 areas: talent, livability, and just now on the visitor economy. I think all these elements brought together are going to help policymakers to build a roadmap, if you like, for the resurgence of Buenos Aires as a great global city. Of course, much will need to be done to make this happen. And as an analyst on Latin America and on Argentina and on cities, I'll be following this very closely and will be wishing Buenos Aires the best of luck in the future. With that, I would like to bring to an end this conference. Thank you.